So the Math Olympics competition is an annual competition. It takes place every year. It is for grades 4 through 8. Grades 4 through 6, it is a two-part competition. First part is called Battle of the Brains. It is Kahoot. The second part, it's a breakout box. It's kind of like an escape room, but in a box form. And the school team works together, and their goal is to solve math riddles and puzzles to open as many locks as possible and hopefully open the box, and they have up to 1 hour to do it. Every year I have a line of students who want to participate in this. This is part due to Mrs. Watts and Ms. Scholastico, our admin. They are super supportive of Math Olympics. And also, I've been the coach for quite a while now. The kids know that Math Olympics is fun, so it's something they want to participate in.
The competition isn't just individual. You know, each piece of the competition, their scores are being pulled together with their teammates. You know, a big part of that score is the collaboration. And so the coaches really work with students on how to work together, how to kind of divvy up the puzzles to come together to, you know, one conclusion. And so it's just really a life skill that we want students to have. It's really exciting to see all the families and the community that comes out to support this event. They can really see what students are doing. We have family engagement activities for families that are there, really just to celebrate all the hard work for the students and just another opportunity for our community to come together in a really positive way.
We are now the Innovative Academies of the Dayton Public Schools are in phase 3 of the Ford Next Generation Learning Academy program. And what that means is we are actually meeting with 8 tactic teams that are writing the master plan. And so that was so important and so valuable that we now can take it back and actually implement it to make sure our students are prepared for college and careers and can really support this workforce.
We are equipping our students with the necessary tools that they need to be successful. It's not just about the data that goes on in high school. We're talking about reaching our kids outside of 4 walls to obtain a career for themselves later down the road, okay?
I feel like it was really good to be in this room. I got to meet people that I ain't never been in a room with before, different principals, people behind the scenes that I don't even know about, and really like get to see what goes on outside of just what I see inside my classroom.
I think overall it was good to collaborate, you know, bring us all together. We got industry partners here. You have teachers, you have directors, our chiefs, principals are all coming together, and we're all sharing our different experiences and expertise along with our students, giving our students a voice to be able to share and speak on their experiences and the things that they want, because it's not just about what we see, but also want to see it through their lens as well, because sometimes we get so far disconnected, you know, from being a student. And I think that's huge, to have all parties all on deck to collaborate. So this was awesome.
Well, I first would like to thank the hundreds, literally hundreds of partners that have come now to over 10 meetings with us to put all of this together. And from the bottom of our hearts, we thank them. For any community partners that haven't been engaged, we would like you contact us. We have job shadowing, mentorships, internships, all types of things that they can provide. All of that helps. But the biggest thing is when you hear about the Innovative Academies of the Dayton Public Schools, be sure to spread the good news that there's plenty of about what it means to support a district that's on the move and making transformations that not only helps our kids, it's helping the entire region.
Today we are here with our Dayton Debate League. We have students from middle school and high school, so we have a junior and senior division, and our students are participating in debate. The Dayton Debate League gives students a chance to have their voices heard on key topics that we hear in our community, that they hear in their social studies classes. And so it gives them a chance to really speak their voice and allow everyone to hear them. Each team at their home site, they are practicing, multiple times in the week. And as they are developing their speeches, and they really have to come prepared with both a pro and con argument, so they don't know until they get here what they're going to be arguing. So they have to be ready to argue both sides. And so they build this collaboration, this camaraderie, where they have to be able to really communicate with each other and read body language and do all this preparation and research. So it's a lot of background knowledge, a lot of prep, and so they're communicating and working together. I'm grateful to our community because they have really shown up. I'm grateful to our partners, to everyone who has come out to truly celebrate our students and support them. And I think they feel the love. I know that they feel the love because they communicate that.
I'm a part of Shared Governance, and we are talking about a steering committee. We're talking about how to put people into successful roles and how we can all communicate through different teams so that we're all on the same page for the actual goal. It feels good. It feels really, really good, honestly. And it only feels good because at the beginning I was confused, didn't know why I was here, just know my life coach brought me. Now it's like, I know exactly why I'm here. I know what we want the end goal to be, and I'm really happy to see that what I'm saying, in my opinion, my comments are building into that final presentation. I'm really excited to see how it'll all come out, honestly. Like, being here in the process is totally different than seeing the final outcome and not knowing the conversations we had, the different meetings, any of that. So I'm really excited to see how the work will actually come out and turn out.
My group is working on establishing a framework for partners. Work on how do we create a database of all of the partners at all the schools in the district so we can create some standard operating procedures on how partners interact with the district and with various schools, who are the contact points at those partners, what areas or what buckets do they interact with. Is it an attendance situation? Is it an academic situation? Is it college and career readiness? The way we're approaching it at Ruskin, the way we're approaching the Innovative Academies of Dayton Public Schools work is through two paths. We have an experiential path. We are getting kids out into the world, and we are bringing experts into Ruskin to try to raise kids' awareness of what is out in the world, what careers are out there when they graduate and when they're adults. The other path is the academic path. It's one thing to try to create a high school classes that will help kids once they graduate. It's another thing to be able to prepare kids for those classes. That starts with us. That starts with us making sure that our academic program at the elementary level is tight, that we are making sure that kids are meeting benchmarks and are able to work at grade level so they are successful in middle school and in high school.
Call to order Dayton Public School District Board meeting. Roll call.
President Brady,
Here.
Mr. Lacy,
Here.
Ms. Garrison,
Present.
Dr. Goodwin,
Here.
Ms. Reynolds,
Present.
Mr. Smith,
Here.
Mr. Walker.
Present.
7 present.
Pledge allegiance. Our mission is to inspire, educate, and empower. Our vision is to inspire, educate, and empower scholars for a lasting impact. Our purpose, to cultivate a supportive and engaging educational experience. At this time, we'll have a special presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bailey. Hello to the viewing public, everyone in the room. Today's presentation is around understanding data, and it's really about our freshmen, seniors, and how many stars districts get and what that means. So let's start with the 4-year graduation rate. If we have 100 ninth graders that show up and 2 ninth graders leave, let's just say for the sake of argument that Ms. Garrison and Mr. Walker transfer to Springboro. That means we have 98 ninth graders. And if we hold on to them until the 12th grade, that means our graduation percentage is 98%. That means whoever comes in, you got to hold on to them. And if people leave, they still count against your graduation rate. So the most important thing that we can do is not only get them out, but what happens when they're freshmen. That is really important, that freshman year, and let's remember that. I'm going to come back to that, this freshman year and its importance. Now, let's talk about the graduation rate. And this is what we want to continue to support as we do the work. We talked last week about levy work. Well, what do levies support? They support the work we're doing. Last year at 75.1, we had the highest graduation rate we've had in 12 years. The highest graduation rate we had in 12 years. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but over a decade. And you can see the last 10 years, 12 years, you can see how the graduations fluctuated, and you see a huge 8.4 increase last year. We put systems and structures in place to continue that work. We are on a trajectory upward at this space rapidly. High school, American history, the highest in a 5-year cycle at 68.91 from 55.46. If you get past the number, just look at the graph. You see the trajectory forward. This is the work we're doing from an academic perspective in terms of moving the district forward. Biology, from 47.71 to 59, 11.84 point increase. This is the work we're doing as we move the district forward. In fact, this is really important. As I listen to what's around me, this is the work. No matter what happens in here, out there, no matter what internally, externally, this is the work we're doing. This is why we do this for kids. Geometry, from 38.89 to 44.41. 8.5 points, the highest since 2022. Actually, we could go back further, actually, in geometry. As I said before, this is the work we're doing. Now, let's talk about 9th grade matriculation. I mentioned earlier about how important that was. Whoever comes in, our job is to keep them there. So Dan Henshaw is here from Mound Street. That's a critical space for us. We send students to Mound Street to make sure we don't lose them and they can come back to their home school. As I mentioned before, if kids leave, they're part of the process. We want to make sure they come back to us and graduate. So we have a network of 6 high schools and dance school which help us make sure that we graduate kids, and that's really important. That's why we do this work at the end of the day. We want you to graduate and be able to move on to become military ready, career pathway ready, 4-year, 2-year ready, or own your own business. So let's talk about the freshmen. I mentioned that's the most important year. As you look back to 2023, and we actually could have gone back a few more years. We couldn't go back 10 years, but 81.7 is the highest matriculation rate we've had in quite some time for that freshman class from last year. That means this current sophomore class, they're on track to do things from a percentage standpoint that we've never done in DPS in terms of graduation. This is why we do the work. Last year's graduation rate, the highest in 7 years, 75.1, 11.2 previous turnaround from the previous cohort. Again, when you look at what we're doing with freshmen, you look at what we're doing with seniors, and you look at what we're doing with our pathways and how we're operating at the high school level, this is why we do the work. I repeat, no matter what happens inside or outside, friend or foe, don't matter, we're gonna get the work done. Now let's talk about the star rating. I hear you got 2 stars, 2 stars, 2 stars, 2 stars. Well, those stars mean a little bit more than that. And I want to say this at this moment. Board Member Smith has talked from the dais about, hey, Dr. Lawrence, why don't you create your own report card? Because he is sharp enough to know that these stars are not really what tell you the story about districts. These stars tell you about how rich your community is in terms of its economic outcomes. And I'll go to that next. Let's just go to the bottom. Oakwood, per capita income, 74,000, 5 stars. Springboro, 57, 4.5. Centerville, 5. When you see stars on a report card, it doesn't tell the whole story. It does not tell the whole story. It tells you about how rich your community is. But I will tell you this, based on that data I just gave you, systems we have in place and the people we have working, even with our per capita income, which is one of the lowest in the region, we're still going to get out of that 2-star space, and who knows, eventually one day 3 or 3.5, maybe 4. And I will say this, the 2 districts that are around those, us, Springfield and Northridge, they have long-running systems in place. Bob Hill has been in Springfield for 11 years. Dave Jackson's been in Northridge for 14. They spent a long time putting those systems in place. We're going to rapidly put them in place and make some moves. Even though those stars aren't just about academic achievement, we're going to do it whether the per capita income in Dayton goes up or not. I think that's the line, and that slide anyway. I invited the high school principals down because this is not my work as a superintendent. This is their work. So I want you to stand so we can give you applause. And I want you to stay standing. I want you to stay standing. And I want Neil Mahoney to stand too because they're teachers who did this work with the principals. Give it up for Neil. So I actually enjoy this. I don't get a chance to present a lot. And I know people are like, when can you get back up and present Dr. Lawrence? I'm like, I don't know. I might have taken on that every time. I don't know. I enjoy it. Again, no matter what happens, we're going to keep moving forward. Period. That's what we do.
Yeah, was that a drop the mic moment or what? Walk away? Any questions?
Yes.
Dr. Goodwine.
I want for him to get back up here.
Dr. Goodwin?
Yes, thank you. So thank you to you and the team that helped put together a.
Oh, thank you. Scott Walter, excuse me, that's your dad. Connor Walter, thank you.
Yes. So one of the things that you mentioned was about making your own report card, and I thought that slide was going to come up here for us to see kind of what that breakdown is. So if you did have that piece of it, what would that look like for us? And what are we measuring?
I want to bring that to the student committee and programming, of which you're a member, so is Dr. Bailey, and so is Board Member Smith, who brought the idea up. And part of, I can tell you what our preliminary thoughts are getting a survey for parents, and qualitative survey, not one we send one out to them, because parents are surveyed out. But when we sit down and ask them to rate and judge the schools based on some of our core criteria around customer service, around culture, around communication. I do know from PIO's survey with parents, we're doing a good job at the building level of communicating with them. And so maybe using the 5 C's as a report card, since again, I'm going to repeat, we know that those stars are relative to how wealthy your district is, not necessarily how good you are academically.
And I see that this one was surrounded around the high schools, which is really good to hear about them. Are we also going to get something that shows us what's happening in elementary and middle schools?
I would be happy to come back and do elementary and middle. That's an area that's going to be a concentration and focus for the team this year. High school was a focus actually since we got here and arrived, because most central offices are made up of mostly elementary, and that's where you typically focus. But we have a lot of high school people. Actually, we have people on our team who have both high school and elementary experience. And so this year, now that our new chief of schools at the secondary level is here, Dr. Lowry, we were kind of down a person. There'll be an intense focus at the elementary level.
And finally, I see Mr. Davis out here, and I saw on Facebook that Meadowdale was one of the recipients of the Momentum Award. So hopefully we see more schools getting more of those accolades of some of the work that is translating at the state level to really recognize what the principals are actually accomplishing. So thank you all. Thank you. That's all I have for Dr. Bailey.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Mr. Smith?
Yes, appreciate you. I would ask that in creating that, really taking it around and finding out what are some of the spaces that you could find that judge off of those 5 C's. Am I right? So I think that would be a good thing. And then finding ways to actually get data metrics inside of there, so it's similar, like the way the state report card is broken down into different segments, like really breaking down, if you had those 5 C's, like what in customer service is that, customer service from us to parents, us to each other, us to our staff members, breaking that down and then see what that is, and then being able to get it out to spaces so we know kind of where we are doing well and where we're not doing well. I think that'd be a good thing. Also, when we're talking about understanding data to drive our district initiatives, and you don't need to go into it fully here, but I would ask to get something back maybe the next week or so about what are some of the things that we're going to be moving forward with to capture that, not only capture that data, but use that data to move us in a day-to-day space. Some of the tools that we may be using to, map out where our students are, what are some of the things that they need to get to that next level, seeing how we can really put data to good use. I think that we're doing a good job, and even just seeing in the last couple presentations how you're using the technology and the ability, and appreciate Connor, and I think that might have been Worley that helped before on one of the other ones.
Yeah,
But
Dr. Worley.
actually using that, what are we doing in a similar way to map out where our students are, what are some of the data spaces that you think we can improve on, what are some of the things that we are rolling out this year. So I would love to see a presentation on inside of our buildings. How are we using data inside those buildings? What are we measuring against? And then what are we measuring ourselves against day to day?
Hey, thank you so much, Mr. Smith. I see some people writing, so we got it. And we'll flesh it out in our committee work as well.
Appreciate you.
No problem, likewise.
Ms. Reiner?
Thank you, Mr. President. Superintendent Lawrence, if you are looking for some work that has already been done on an alternative report card, I was part of a working group with the Urban Network Association, with the Ohio School Boards Association. This is a couple of years ago. We worked for, I want to say 9 months to a year on an alternative to the state report card to present it to what was at the time the Ohio Department of Education, which is now due. If you're interested in seeing that proposal and the work that was put into that, I'd be happy to send that to you.
Thank you so much. I'd be very interested. I think you also chaired that group, right? You were the president?
I was not, I was part of the committee.
Got
Yep.
you. Thank you.
For me, could you tell me, I know you said this is for the report card rating is per capita income. What other areas do they look at for this 5-star?
So there's performance. That's an amalgamation of every test that's taken, rated from limited to advanced. Limited at 0.3, actually accomplished or advanced at, and is 1.3 or 1.4. Then there's progress, there's college and career readiness, there's pre-K through 3. There's a gifted component, so there's an AMO component, annual measurable objective. So there's about 5 or 6 components to the report card.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Walker.
So, okay, and I'm just trying to understand. So, Dr. Lawrence, on the ODE website, if I pull up graduation rates, it says 2024 was 73.8. So is there different numbers to equate to this number that's in your presentation? Or what do we?
Sorry, do you mind repeating that?
Yeah, so if I pull up the state's ODE graduation rate, so for 2024, it says 73.8.
For Dayton Public?
Yeah.
For the 24-25 school year?
So, okay. If I pull up 2024 district graduation rates for every school district in Ohio, and if I simple search Dayton, it says 73.8.
And that's the senior?
Computer, I'm looking at something different.
That looks like it's the weighted, so that would be the 4-year and 5-year graduation rate.
Okay, but then if I look at 4-year, okay, so can I just have a detailed report of where your numbers are compared
So
to?
what I'm looking at is just the 4-year graduation rate.
Okay.
So what the state of Ohio does when looking at the different components of the report card, they look at 4-year and they look at 5-year. So 4-year, that's counted 60% of your weighted total. 5-year is weighted 40%.
Okay.
So for example, if you have, let's say 80% of your graduating class graduates in 4 years, and then the next year your graduating class graduates, let's say 97%, there's going to be a weighted total between the two. What that presentation looks at is just solely graduating on time.
So your data, so the graduation rate for 4 years was 68.6, but a 5-year became a 73.8.
So 5-year, it became a little higher because of the weighted total. So 4-year, it's 60%. 5-year, it's weighted 40%. So you add the two together. So it's a weighted calculation.
Okay,
But just for clarification, you can see the 4-year as 68.6%.
Okay. I'll reach out for further information.
Yeah, absolutely.
So even with the gain for the past year, I do want to say thank you to the teachers, but also all staff that work with students. So our bus drivers who see them first thing in the morning, our food service people who see them first thing in the morning before they go to the classrooms, or seeing them in the cafeterias with custodians, everything like that, that all comes full circle. So thank you to teachers and thank you to all of our employees for their work with us. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Superintendent.
No problem.
At this time, we're going to hear from the bargaining units.
There's one back there on the left, Joe.
How you guys doing? I'm Kenny Jones Jr. I'm the 643 paraprofessional president. And today I'd like to come and speak with you all about the 24 pays and what's going on with this. The 24 pays is messing up a whole bunch of people's livelihoods. In the banks, they're negative accounts, which is $600 or more or less. On top of that, I'm trying not to cuss, so if I don't cuss, just hear me say, where in the world is Commerce San Diego? That'll be my cuss word, all right? So where in the world, Commerce San Diego, did y'all get this from? We, the people of 643, Mr. Lawrence, you said put a name on it. David Lawrence, I'm putting a name on it. You said, go vote. Have your people to vote for this and bring it back to us. We voted after your payroll people leave, and it was unanimous, 44 to 42. We would have way more pairs than that, but they all say no anyways as well. Then we bring you the answers to our vote, and it was like, a couple days later, it's like, I'm gonna do it anyway. It was a smack to our face. It was a spit to our face. It was very disrespectful for you all to vote on this and pass it through. Some of us are been working in the summer, all summer. And the third week we supposed to be getting was supposed to be the 31st. And you guys passed it on to December, making it seem like it's a bonus. That's not a bonus when we already worked it. Okay, so I want you guys to realize that you guys passed this through and we all voted on. There's plenty of locals, member that's in here, each bargaining units that voted on no, and it still passed. There should be no reason why this stuff should pass. Right here, I hold a contract. This is a contract. Everybody know what this is, right? It's a contract, right? Yeah. You just said do that. You just threw it out the window. You just threw it out the window. You don't care about that at all. So yes, I'm upset. Where in the world is Commerce San Diego? Where did this happen at? Where did we do that at? Because you see it in Columbus, you see it in Cincinnati. So what? We are Dayton, Ohio, Dayton Public Schools. We have a lot of students, a lot of employees, and you're not doing anything to help us out at this moment. We asking you guys to reconsider and take this 24 pays off. It is hurting a lot of our staff right now. With that being said, I rest. I'm not speaking no more on this.
Thank you. Any other bargaining units?
Good evening. Protocol's been established. I am board members, superintendent. I am Marie Winfrey, representing Local 627, your transportation school bus drivers. And we are here disagreeing with the decision that you board members made on the 24 pack. You asked us to go back and take a vote after we had our leadership meetings, and we discussed it with our members. And it seemed like you did, as my predecessor before me stated, you slapped us in the face, but I think it was more than that. I think it was more a disrespect for us as being labor workers bargaining union. I think it's a disrespect that you didn't honor our vote. It's like you act like our voice did not even count, and you made the decision yourselves. Seems like a dictatorship instead of us collaborating together, communicating together, cultural change together, customer service together, and commitment. You act like we don't have a commitment to this board or this district, but our voices do count. This is very upsetting. I have members call me since you made this decision. They are having issues that's hardship, financial hardship. That part where they are having problems where they can't even change their bill dates or the time to change their bills, the things that they can fix, that they can be able to handle on the 5th pay and the 20th. Then we come and find after we go through the process, we still going to be missing money in the long run. We'll work a full week in August and won't receive that pay until December. I believe we move past the labor laws when it comes to this. If you're an hourly worker, you get paid for the work that you've done, not wait until months later down the line. So we have a problem with this Local 627. We have a major issue with the board that they decided to make this move after you also scheduled meetings that you had at Stivers and other locations, the Transportation Department, Belmont, and you talked to all of our bargaining units, and you even put a letter out there saying a proposal for an MOU that you asked us to vote on. So who is untrustworthy of your word? This here, you ask us to believe in you and work with you and collaborate with you, but are you collaborating with us? Seems like you're not. You made a decision that's a hardship. You made a decision that's harmful. And I can't help payroll don't know how to count. Seems like we need to get some more people in payroll. If they can't get it together and we understand the hours that you say they put into it, it shouldn't have to take that much. If you had account receivable and account payable as I have, it don't take long. If you know how to do your checkbook, it don't take long. So I don't understand why we had to make these changes to accommodate payroll. But you only worked on the hourly workers that you did this to, because I understand we have a contract on the table for our chief auditor, and she's still getting paid per that contract bi-weekly. So I'm not understanding how this district can stick by their one word and you do one set one way and another set to another. Administrative go this way and we go this way. It does not make the district look like a whole. We are not united, but the bargaining units are united. We stand firm on what we state. We did not agree with what this is going on because our contract, my contract say, 20 pays and 26 pays. And it seemed like it violated that contract. So I'm moving forward. I do want to say something also on the customer service. I have contacted your payroll department. I had one specific person I really keep in touch with. And I very much got concerned because I'm getting very disrespected behind that person in the pay. And I'll put a name on it, Miss Kelly Webb. Because when I call and the members call me about things going on pertaining to the process, I've already been through my supervisors. I've already been to the business manager and associate business manager. And if they don't get an understanding, she is the next person in line behind the rest of the payroll. And then I will hit Ms. Hugh or Mr. Riley. Because there's some concerns here about the pay. I have people already calling and inquiring because they didn't get their pay right yesterday. Had some didn't get their pay right on the 3rd. So this is what I'm stating. This is a decision that was made by the board members. All 7. Sorry. Subtract 1. That's moved forward and it's causing such a chaotic mess in the district. We need to reconsider it. Think about your people that is employed with the district. We're losing drivers left and right behind this situation. So far, I've lost 10. And the buses still have to roll. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Board President, Assistant Vice President, Superintendent, members of the board. My name is Marcia Russ. I'm the President of Clerical Local Union 158, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my members who at this moment, I know some of them are facing some financial difficulties because they are, thank you, because they have not gotten paid some of their extra duty pays that they should have been paid for 2026. They haven't gotten their sick leave bonuses. Because someone has to calculate that. It shouldn't be up to the members to do that. But unfortunately, it looks like the members have to calculate their own pay to make sure they get it. And when they try to contact somebody, they don't get a response. So they come and they talk to me. And I send out an email. And I make phone calls. I have people who have not gotten their extra duty pay for medication dispensing since the first quarter. I have had 3 people who have left who probably didn't get paid. But I don't know. I've got to try to contact them somehow to find out from them. I'm very disappointed right now because living in the economic times that we are now living in, my people and the rest of the union workers cannot afford to miss money on their paycheck when they have already calculated that in for a bill. I agree with what Mr. Jones has said, and I agree with what Ms. Winfrey has said. You took our vote. You asked for our vote, Superintendent. You asked for it. We went back to our people. We got the votes. It wasn't a yes, it was a no. But unilaterally, you made the decision to make the change anyway. So I'm very disappointed. It's not outrage. It's disappointment for someone who had 5 C's that we can't count on. We can't count on collaboration. Not when votes are like, throw them out the window. Customer service, when you have people who are being nasty to the customer who's calling because they're trying to figure out what's going on with my people's pay. Commitment. Well, we have commitment. We as the workers have commitment. Do you have commitment in us? Communication. We try to talk to you. We try to explain. Sometimes I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall. There's a word called transparency. Superintendent and I had this discussion about transparency. If you want people to trust, you have to be transparent, which means you have to be honest. There's been no transparency. So therefore, there has been no honesty. I love this district because I graduated from this district. I love Dayton. I came back from St. Louis to live in Dayton. I bought a house in Dayton because I wanted my tax dollars to go to this school district. So, yes, I'm disappointed for a whole number of reasons because I've seen what this district could be and has been and what it is now. So, it's going to be up to you, but when votes come up, when it's time to vote again, if you want your seats back, you might want to think about how are we going to change this current climate and culture so that you will have a district that we can once be proud of again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other bargaining units?
Good evening. My name is Thomas Ritchie Sr. I'm the president of the Dayton-Miami Valley AFL-CIO. We represent 33,000 voting members in this valley. And if you don't care what goes on out there, the voters do. And I got to tell you, the dignity and trust is almost zero with you, Mr. Superintendent. I wanted to look you in your eyes and tell you myself, what I say to you, I mean. I never make a promise that I can't keep. And I tell you one thing, you've got some work to do. This school board has got work to do. You've got to treat these people with dignity. These folks are the folks who bring our kids to the school. They clean these buildings. They feed these children. And the teachers help teach them. But you know what? Those teachers can't teach if they don't get them on the bus and get them here, most of them. And you know, what you've done was shameful. You led these people astray, asked them to get a vote, and then you flaunted it in their face, and you shoved it down their throat. Well, I want to tell you one thing. I'm here to make you a solid commitment. We're going to stand with these employees no matter what it takes. But I can tell you one thing. If you don't get your boots on the ground and get these people right and treat them right, you can't pass a levy in this town. And I can tell you something else. If your levy goes down in the general election, 93 precincts you got to move in. You're going to cost the taxpayers $287,000 to run that special election because this man tries to be a bully. And I got to tell you, we ain't putting up with it. And you've heard the bargaining unit tell you they're voters. And you're elected by the people to represent the people. And oh, by the way, these people are the people in the community that vote. They're the ones who are knocking on the door, running your GOTVs. They're the ones that's raising money. And believe me, they're raising money. The president of the biggest local in this valley is trying to calm a problem just up the street. He just texted me and said, I'm running down to get to this meeting. Well, you know what I told him? Don't worry. Our brothers and sisters of organized labor are here, and they're here in full force, and we're going to be here until we get things right. And you folks know, 43 years I've been a labor leader in this valley. I went to Dayton Public Schools. My 2 children graduated from Dayton Public Schools. A dozen great grandchildren are standing in the wing, but I got grandchildren that graduated from here, and I'm proud of them. They're your first responders. They're firefighters and paramedics in this community. They help you make the police office, and the police officers, absolutely. Our law enforcement officers, our soldiers that are saving this country and trying to protect us, assigned overseas. I'm very proud of the history of a lot of these folks and their families. But I can tell you one thing. You're not going to pull the wool over these employees' eyes, and you're sure not going to get this old guy here. I'm not ashamed of my gray hairs, what I got left. But I can tell you one thing. I've got a long memory, and I'm going to stand with these folks no matter what it takes. I can tell you, I can raise money. That's one of the things I'm pretty good at. And if you doubt it, come and look at our books. Take a look at what we do for our labor food pantry. We just graduated just around the corner. I'm not able to be with the graduating class tonight of our apprenticeship program that some of your Dayton students are in, and they're headed to the trades. And they're going to make a difference. Take a look at those classes that are graduating, and you'll see what I mean when I say they're going to make a difference. They're different folks, and they're headed in the right direction. But you know what? We need to work together. But the school board's got some walls to help tear down. You've got to re-earn the trust of the bargaining units, and don't think that they're not smart enough. Take a look at your reports and read them. And they're public record. So we know we might not have a credit card that they can overrun by $20,000. These folks have got to pay the bill at the first of the month, or they're going to cut their credit card off. And I got to tell you, it is not anything. I talked to two ladies here tonight, and they were telling me about how their checks got off a little balance because they had their money budgeted to pay a house payment, a car payment, an insurance payment, to buy some clothes for the kids that are going to be starting back to school. And guess what? Some of those checks ain't looking too good right now. So they're scrambling, trying to get a little extra money from family and friends so that they can do the things that some of you folks already do, because some of you people make over a couple $100,000, and it ain't going to hurt you to miss that pay from 4 to 5 or 6 to 10. But you know what it does say? The school board members are going to have to do something. They're going to have to help. You got to find a way to get your hands around what's going on in this district, because I can tell you, I've been in this district long enough to know I've seen it change. I've seen superintendents come and go, and I've seen board members come and go. We're about fairness. We're about equal treatment. But we're not going to stand by, and I can tell you, I had 2 international vice presidents with me this evening. They're pledging support. No matter where I got to go, if I have to get on a bus, I shouldn't say that, I'll drive to D.C. to see our international president. He was raised in Cleveland, Ohio, and his parents were school teachers. But you know what? You're going to have to make some tough decisions. You're going to have to figure out how you can get things straightened out, because it's on you now. It's on you. The superintendent works for you. But you know what? These folks in this room's got to say. They talk in the community, they live in the community, they vote in your community. And you know they're good people. They do a good job for you. All you have to do is look at them and look at the product. I'm proud that I've got grandkids that graduated and kids. And yeah, I'm an old man. I got 20 great-grandchildren, thank God. You know, and I've got one that's had a bad blow. He fights for his life every day. But you know what? I'm praying that he lives long enough that he gets to come to your school district and go to school if that's his parents' choice. Oh, Gramps don't get to make those decisions anymore, but I sure try to influence him with that little extra cash I give him along the way. I appreciate you listening to me tonight. I hope that you take in seriously what the bargaining unit officers have said to you. But I just need you to know, we're in for the long haul. We were here when some come, and we'll be here when some goes. But when I'm gone, just look around in this audience. There'll be people replacing, because I come out of Local 101 right here in this valley. So, and we've got some young folks back there that's just eager to jump in, but nobody will work for nothing like this old goat. So thank you tonight. I appreciate your time, and let's try to get this straightened out. Anything we can do to help with that, we greatly appreciate you doing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Bailey, Treasurer Brahad, Superintendent Lawrence, board members, staff that are at home, staff that are here. To begin with, I enjoyed your first slide because it picked out the history score in the district that went up. And as a former history teacher here in Dayton Public Schools, I truly appreciated that, because social studies is always near and dear to my heart. Traditionally, when I address the board, it's usually because of a concern or a situation that has happened that is greatly affecting my membership. The saying, with age comes wisdom. I'd like to try a different approach today. I'd like to just talk to the board for a minute, maybe get a little feedback. We're approximately 4 weeks away from opening the school year. We know that we've had some challenges. The main one is we want to make sure we have people in place to meet the students when they come in. Last year was a very challenging year to start. We started extremely short-staffed. Because of that, teachers lost planning periods. Teachers were covering classes, media specialists weren't setting their libraries up. They had 3 and 4 classes in their room. This is a kind of a newer school board, so I thought today would be a good opportunity. I'd like the commitment from our board members. Since we have 4 weeks left, we know that we have some things to get done, that we have some, everyone roll up their sleeves. We have a lot of principals in the room now, and I know they're actively searching, recruiting, and hiring teachers for their buildings. But with 4 weeks left, it's going to take this village to do this. We want to make sure that we start this school year out with the most enjoyable first impression for our students, for our new staff that we'll be bringing in, and for our returning teachers. We want to show them what we can do when we all join hands, and the DEA is more than willing to assist with whatever we can with recruitment, because right now, each and every board member, I am really hoping that you take an active interest with our HR department to give them the help that they may need, the funds that they may need, the staffing that they may need, because what goes on within that greatly affects the first impression of our students. We were looking at one of the slides that talked about graduation. We have students moving from kindergarten to first to second, up to middle, up to high school. This is their first day. We want to make sure that we have that opportunity to start the year all right. So I'm really hoping that if there is a board member now that would like to ask a question or give their commitment, because I do not want to be back here 5 or 6 weeks from now making sure that our teachers can do what they do best, which is to teach, to plan, and to provide the education for the students of Dayton Public Schools. So I appreciate your time, and I know that you will be there when it comes time for the rubber to meet the road to start off that first day of classes fully staffed with all of the services our students need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Reiner?
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I hope everybody was well hydrated. It was not as hot today as it was last week, and I commend you for standing out there in the sun. I know that you had water, but I hope everybody was hydrated. There is a question that I have that I really wanted to make sure gets addressed really quickly before we move to the hearing of the public. There was something said about pay happening not until December for work that happened in August. Can we get some clarification on that right now, Treasurer?
I don't know from where it's coming. I don't know.
Is there anybody here with information about that so we can make sure that's cleared up, please?
Yes.
Which one is that? What would you?
No, I think there might be a little bit of confusion. So, in July, if we would have did nothing, there would have been 3 pays in July. The third pay being July 31st. Since we transitioned to semi-monthly payments, there will be 2 pays in every month. Now, there will be 4 pays out of the year where there will be 3 weeks in 1 paycheck. And the first one doesn't start until sometime in December, I believe. I don't have a calendar right in front of me, but I believe that's what a little bit of a mix-up is.
Okay.
So the third check that they would have received in July is no longer going to happen. However, in December, they will have 3 weeks in 1 check. And I think that's what the confusion is.
So for clarification, the work that happened in August is getting paid.
The work that happened in August is going to get paid in August or September 5th, either or. So.
The work happened in August. It will be paid in August, not December.
Okay. And
Can I answer
Yes,
that
ma'am.
now? Per the paper that we received, it states, and we asked this question in a meeting last week. You was in that meeting, Treasurer. We asked the question, is that we get paid, we work that week in August, but it states we will not get that pay until December. It's the 18th, and it states that in the paper, that's how this is set up, and this is what payroll gave us. So we're going by
Kelly.
what y'all gave us, and I consider that, as stated, you know, you working, these are hours, and you're not gonna pay me months later on down the line. That's unfair.
Kelly, can you?
Okay, I think we're going to get some clarification right now. Let's make sure that yes.
If you count the days based on, okay, let me start with one. We've always been on a 2-week pay. Well, they're continuing to do the 2-week pay. So if you work 11 days, but they're only paying you for 10 because they need 10 days to process payroll, I'm missing a day. So for every week that goes by, 5 to 20, and I've got a day here and a day here, that I'm not getting paid because you're only paying me for 10 days. That's where the extra 5 days come from in December. So it's an accumulated 5 days over the amount of time from July through December. And then the same thing will occur in February, 5 days. Because of a 24 pay from 26, there are 20 days that have to be accounted for. Now, I will check with an attorney, but I believe when you're holding people's pay back for days that they've already, or for hours they've already worked, then you're stealing from your employees. They're getting me some additional information for the other 2 times that we get paid 15 days. Yeah, I had to do my own calculations off of that piece of paper.
Thank you.
Okay, so this was something that was presented to transportation. Can you make that a little bit bigger? So that is the big concern. How are you paying people 15 days in December, 15 days in February? 15 days in May, and then there's a 4th one? Oh, and then 15 days in June. And then it's back to August, which means but you're only paying people 10 days per pay. Does that make sense to anybody? That you're paying people for 10 days, but they may have worked 11, they may have worked 12, but you need 10 days to process your payroll. When instead trying to also correct the number of days that you need to actually process your payroll. Why do you need 10 days? I don't know. I think you could probably just do it in 5. If you put stop guards in place that say, if you don't have your payroll in by this certain day, I guess your people won't get paid, which means people will be on their jobs doing what they're supposed to do. But we can't even get people's pay right now. So we went from 26 pays, people's pay were getting messed up. Now we're at 24 pays. And people's pays are still messed up. Probably worse, because if you got people who didn't get paid for something back in 2026, now we're starting 2027, once again, in a fiscal hole.
Ms. Webb?
Good evening, Board. I wanted to go through the new semi-monthly payroll schedule that we have published for the district to kind of explain. I've answered a lot of questions in the last 2 weeks about administrator pay, hourly pay, checks and a half, a lot of rumors that have been started that have no factual basis behind them or supporting them. So I think one of the first things that we can discuss is the July 20th paycheck, when this really took effect for everyone in the district. July 3rd, even on the semi-monthly payroll, just happened to be the same pay date as it was with our biweekly payroll. So July 20th is the first semi-monthly. As you'll see, the pay period was unchanged. We have to keep the same pay periods because of overtime purposes for the rest of our unions. Many of the overtime rules for the CBAs are based on 40-hour work weeks, so we are not able to change those. We can add a third week, which we are doing for the December 18th paycheck. So as you'll see, the pay begin is the first column, the pay end is the second column, the third column is your pay date. So for December 18th's paycheck, that will be our first 3-week pay period, 120 hours. Anyone who is hourly, not on contract pay, not on stretch pay, will receive 3 weeks worth of pay on that December 18th paycheck. That's the first time it will happen in our fiscal year. The next period, if you want to go down, that will happen where we have a 3-week pay period is February 5th. That pay period is January 2nd through January 22nd in 2027. And then the next one is, I believe, 5/20, where it's April 17th through May 7th. This is the finalized calendar that we had all discussed and that we had presented in several months' worth of meetings with the unions. So I've heard a lot of rumors about sprinkling pay from August to December. None of that has any factual basis. None of that is accurate.
It sounds like we're getting two different. They're saying that's not the right one, and you're saying it is.
That is the pay period calendar.
So, yeah, it looks like the one that they have, say, semi-monthly pay schedule and bi-weekly pay schedule. It said 26, 27, semi-monthly and bi-weekly pay schedule comparison, drivers and bus pairs.
There were, during the meetings, we did fine-tune some of the presentations. They were very confusing to people. The feedback was, we can't look at all of those dates.
This is just a paper, it's not a presentation.
Right,
Okay.
yeah. So the final calendar that we published was just the standard pay calendar for the entire district. This is administrators, these are teachers, these are paras, these are stretch pay. This is just a very simplified version of the pay schedule.
So is this null and void?
They're the same. They should be exactly the same. It's the same information. You can only slice a semi-monthly payroll one way, and that's what we're doing that here. There's just a lot less information on these calendars than there were when we specified them for the bus paras and for the regular instructional paras and for transportation. They had a lot more information about their start dates.
Can we keep the noise down so we can hear, please?
There's start
Thank you.
dates and end dates and some additional information just by bargaining unit. This is not by bargaining unit. This is just our general payroll schedule.
So that went out to everyone as
This did.
well?
It is available also on the Treasury Google shared website
Okay.
for the
so-
entire district. It has been shared with the entire district.
So yeah, this is not the same as that. Because on there it says May 8th and this says May 1st for one of them in 2027. So I'm just gonna ask, I know this was your question, Ms. Reiner, but if we can get a finalized plan and whatever these dates are that
This is
have
it.
been currently approved and things like that, because there are other things that are being circulated that are different than if that's the final thing and things like that.
I can only speak to what we have published as the final and approved calendar, and this is definitely it. There were a lot of presentations. Dr. Lawrence and I held and attended, and Treasurer Abraha, I would say 40, it seems like, throughout the entire 25-26 fiscal year. So I do know that this is the final version. There will be no changes. This is already set up in the HRIS system, all approved. Contracts are based on this.
Can you give me a date when this was sent out, when this was finalized, the schedule right here?
Yeah, I can. It was probably in middle of June.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions I have. So if people have more questions about the change in pay schedule, again, there was a lack of understanding, I think, or some questions about the pay in December. And so they are getting paid for the work that they're doing in August. If they have any more questions, who is the person that they should reach out to make sure that those questions are clarified?
We're asking that all staff ask directly of their managers, their supervisors. In transportation, we have a specific payroll clerical that can answer all of these questions. We ask that they not be filtered directly into payroll because we're having a tough time keeping up with 2,500 different phone calls. So we're asking the managers and supervisors to please filter through those calls for us. And then if they get confused or need additional help, then to please reach out to us.
Oh, can I ask a clarifying thing? So even with the 5th and the 20th, so as board members, our pay has been moved, and we don't get nothing, but ours is the 5th and the 20th.
Yes.
But all of our direct reports and staff, they're all on 5th and 20th as well.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify because we did pass something, but that is, Alex, that our direct reports are all on the same thing district-wide, right? All right.
Yes, everyone on the district is now adhering to this schedule.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may, Mr. President, seeing that there is still some consternation and need for conversation, I would ask for our superintendent, business manager, and treasurer to convene and get with our labor leaders and talk through these things and not leave them out to us trying to hash it out from right now, because we're not going to hash out any answers if we're going to stand here. And I don't want it to turn into a town hall where we're going back and forth, because this is still the comment section, which is then for comment from our union leadership and then comment from anyone who chooses to speak to the board. So what I wouldn't want is for us to try to go through all of these things at this moment when we're just going to then have more frustration, because at the end of the day, we're going to have to get to finalizing what we're going to do and how do we make people whole, if that is making people whole through fixing whatever we have to do in payroll, but even just making sure people are communicated with to know what's going on and that their concerns are answered and heard. So if I may, I just think that I would want to put a pin in us trying to figure out what we need to do at this moment, because we're not going to figure out where we have to get to by people getting on the mic and us going back and forth, because we don't, even as a board, have the documents that some people are talking about. So I would ask if we can get all of these documents that we're talking about, and for you guys to then present a report back to us on what's going on, and then our union leaders can present to us, because they're the only ones that have the ability to come before the board and not have that time limit. And I encourage people to continue emailing your concerns. I am glad you're here with your concerns, but I don't want us to then try to figure out and then turn this into a round robin of who's right, who's wrong, who knew what, who didn't know what. And then we as the board are sitting here going, we can't vote to change anything while we're listening to comments. No, I'm saying, my fault. I'm saying I don't want us to get into a session where you are wanting the board to do anything as we're sitting here doing comments, when it's going to take work from people. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate you, Ms. Webb, and I appreciate our assistant treasurer for coming up, but I just ask that we get all this together in the right way. And the right way is not going to be us trying to defend what we're doing or us trying to say who was right and who was wrong at this space in the meeting. Appreciate that.
Can I ask that we get a deadline on that, because the 12 to 13 unions already meet with our direct reports.
No, I mean specifically for this. Like, even when they have those meetings, there's a million other things that needs to come up. I want, which I do agree, I would want a deadline on having that.
Yeah.
But setting a separate piece to make sure that all of these things are laid bare and it doesn't create a residual thing that, if we're being honest, if people are unhappy about things, the only people that will get affected are our children. And at the end of the day, that's what has to be on everyone's forefront, is what are we going to do to make sure that people are right so they can be in their best space for children. So I would like to echo that for Mr. Walker, and that putting a deadline on figuring this out, figuring out where are the, if it's a misinformation, if it's a miscommunication, or if it's flat out wrong. Like, but we have to bring it out to it, and we're not going to be able to do it until we get in a room and hash that out. But yes, I would like for it to have a deadline on that.
If I could just add on to yours, and to your point of all the unions in that piece of it, there is a middle ground somewhere. I don't know what the middle ground is, because the ones who have spoken to us today, this is the first time you guys came to us as a board with this concern, and I appreciate you all putting it out here. We did have another union come to us with a different opinion. There's a middle ground somewhere in there. I don't know if it's possible for us to appease everyone, but I think we can try as much as we can to find that middle ground, because the conflict isn't just what we're hearing right now. There is a split on what our unions, as all the unions, are asking us for at this point. So I echo Mr. Smith. Guys got to go somewhere with the people who actually make decisions and bring those recommendations to us and bring it back with this. Like, they've given a lot of information today. And a couple months ago, we got a lot of information from another group as well. You got to take those two things and figure it out and come back to us as a body with that information and make a recommendation of which we vote on in that piece. So,
Sounds good.
But this is not the appropriate time, because we're just getting information and we don't have the things, because again, to make a decision here would be out of order, given that we don't have a recommendation in front of us. That's all.
Ms. Reiner?
Thank you, Mr. President. And then one more thing. There was somebody who said, I believe it was the Clericals Union, who said that there were some incorrect pays that were done. Could I have somebody from the payroll department go talk to them in the hallway and make sure we get that resolved right away, please?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right. Thank you. Hearing from the public. Anyone wishing to address the Board of Education? Say that again. Oh, yeah, thank you. Madam Treasurer, could you give me any names of the person that might be here? Can you call the person's name out?
One.
We do have one. Are they here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, she's back there.
Okay. Anyone wishing to address the Board of Education during the hearing?
You probably just let it, yeah. And then Ms. Guerin.
All right. Anyone wishing to address the Board of Education during the hearing of the public portion of this board meeting will comply with the following rules: complete and request a form, hearing of public, and submit it to the Public Information Officer. To my right, when called upon, identify yourself, state your name, address, and school district in which you reside. State your reason for addressing the board. Electronic submissions will only be used during remote meetings. A non-English speaking speaker will need to provide an interpreter. Address the board as a whole through the president and not board members individually. Materials for the distribution to the board are handed to the treasurer. Limit remarks to 3 minutes. The president has discretion to extend the time. When your time is up, you are to stop speaking. It is inappropriate to address any matter involving pending disputes, grievances under a labor agreement, disciplinary action involving an employee or student, ongoing labor negotiations, concerns, or matters that have been already settled in, or any matter which because of its nature is deemed appropriate to be discussed in executive session. The purpose of the public hearing portion of this meeting is for members of the public to express viewpoints and public concerns. You have the floor.
Well, thank you so much. I've walked into quite a meeting tonight, but I will say this is an example of why, I need to say who I am. I'm Rose Lounsbury. My address is 222 Wonderly Avenue in Oakwood, Ohio. I live in the Oakwood Public School District. I'm here tonight to introduce myself to the board as a Democratic candidate for state representative in House District 36, which includes where we are right now, downtown Dayton, East Dayton, as well as the suburbs of Kettering, Oakwood, and Riverside. And I feel like what we're seeing tonight is one of the reasons that I do appreciate public schools and I support them so much, because public schools are a place where there's organized labor and democratically elected school boards, and they are accountable to each other, and that's very important in a functioning democracy, and it's challenging, but it's important. So a little bit about my background. I'm a former public school teacher, daughter of two public school teachers. I taught middle school English at Northmont and West Carrollton. My father taught auto mechanics at a career tech high school. My mom taught art at my high school. I'm the proud mom of 3 kids in public schools. I have 17-year-old triplets who are juniors this year at Oakwood High School. And I'm running for state representative because I support public schools, among many other things, but public schools are very important to me. And I believe that there's no institution in our state that's more under attack than public education. We see it in lots of different ways, from universal vouchers to charter schools that operate with public dollars with no accountability like we see tonight. And we also have legislators passing bills specifically targeted at this district to make it more difficult for you to transport your students. So what the State House currently has shown is that they're not only going to not listen to you, but they're going to make your job harder. They're going to go on the attack to make your job of educating our future harder, which I personally find egregious. I believe public schools are our greatest common good. They're not perfect, but they're good. They're the one place where we open the doors to everybody. Doesn't matter what you look like or how much money you make. We're going to open the doors to you. Doesn't matter what language you speak or your ability or disability. So I support public schools all day, every day. I know that you all do too. I believe you deserve an ally in Columbus who will fight for you, and I believe I am that ally. So I'm going to leave my information with your treasurer. I know I've had an opportunity to meet with some of you I haven't. I welcome you to reach out, share your concerns and your priorities with me, and I would be happy and proud to represent you in the State House next year. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Pursuant to Section 121.22G2 of the Ohio Revised Code, I move that this board go into executive session. This meeting is being held to consider the appointment, employment, or dismissal of an employee.
Second.
President Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
Ms. Garrison?
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
7 yeses.
I ain't nothing on it.
was over there sitting next to Aaron.
Oh, we thought you was going downstairs.
Anybody from the business manager's office here? Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. All right, here we go. Did you say hold on?
Chief Jones?
You need me to hold on? You don't need me to hold on.
Oh, she
do
got
you?
ready. No, I think you're good. Ms. Kidd, you're good? You're good?
Let the record show that the Board of Education of the Dayton City School District has just completed an executive session during which it considered the appointment, employment, and dismissal of a public employee. Second? Thank you, sir.
Wait,
It wasn't.
did
You
you
didn't
motion
say
to bring
who.
us back, or you just said?
He
we
said
did?
let the
You
record
said let the
show.
record show.
Oh, yeah. Don't have to have, never mind. Keep on about your business.
I move that we exit executive session.
Second.
Oh, goodness.
Madam Treasurer?
President Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Ms. Garrison,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Mr. Superintendent.
Dr. Bailey, I request a 48-hour waiver to present the following: B6, C37, D4, E3 through 6, and G2 through G27.
So move.
Second.
Any questions or concerns? None? Madam Treasurer?
President Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Ms. Garrison,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
7 yeses.
President Brady, I recommend the approval of the following: B, administrative, C, certified, D, classified, E, classified exempt, F, supplemental extra duty, and G, athletic supplemental appointments.
So moved.
Second.
Questions or concerns?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
So under G, athletic supplementals, when do we change to where we approve volunteers? Looking at policy IICC or IGDG, neither one of those reference us doing this. So what changed? Why are we doing this now?
Good evening. We spoke about this in the board, student athletic committee, board approving volunteers so that the district and the board knows who is on our courts and who is on our fields. When we board approve them, you know they've been background checked, they have all the credentials, they just go through the same process that a new hire would, and then we let them go to the board for board approval.
So we don't do that for anything else that we have volunteers do?
We're
That's
going to
not-
start doing that for all volunteers across the district.
I get that. That's not what our policy says, though. So that's what I'm curious of, because committee changed something that's not policy. Why are we doing it now?
That's a question you should ask your fellow board members.
I got him, Doctor.
Either way, somebody can answer it, if you want to jump in and answer it.
As a committee, we thought it was a good practice, so we went with it. That's pretty much it. But it can't come to policy. We should.
I mean, yeah, again, when I looked at the policies regarding volunteers, that's just nothing that we've done since I've been here or before that. So are we now saying that, what are we saying with this volunteer piece now? Like, are
All
those-
volunteers will be board approved.
I got that part. I got the background check part. So now I just don't understand the rationale. I think that's where I'm confused at.
Just for transparency, so that everybody knows who's out there with our kids.
Okay, so the volunteers that have started before this process, what happens with them?
Those volunteers should be board approved as well. So athletics will be putting those on the spreadsheet that we share, and those will be board approved too.
So is this a HR decision or athletic decision?
This was a decision from the athletics committee, so.
So Chief Jones, can you give any clarity of why you want to move forward with this now?
You know, I was wondering when this day would ever come where I have to say something different. It was brought up in the athletic council, and I did question why did we have to do that, because we've never done it before. The rationale of why we need to do it, I guess if y'all need to see who volunteers are, then I'm for it, but this wasn't something that I requested, so.
So this was nothing that came from athletics specifically or building ADs or anything like that?
Well, it was brought to our attention in the athletic council meeting that was happening across the district, so whatever was best for district practices, we were on board for that, but it was not something that I requested.
Okay, so when would we see classroom or building volunteers go through the same process?
Whenever they're a volunteer from this point forward.
So we're going to, what Ms. Mickey just said, go back and do the ones that have already started volunteering?
Yes.
Okay, I'll hold you to that. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question on that. Does that mean that the district will pay for all background checks for volunteers?
No.
Okay.
Anyone else?
I would like to make a request that do go through policy committee, because that is a pretty significant change and it should go through policy.
Got it.
And perhaps we should put a hold on this tonight until we put it through policy in case the decision comes out differently.
Why?
So can I make a friendly amendment that we remove those at this point until the policy goes through policy committee and we can move forward with clarity?
So you mean you don't want them to volunteer, be able to volunteer either?
I think that if we are going to make a change to the way the district functions, it should go through policy committee.
I don't disagree with that. I'm saying, are you saying that these people shouldn't be allowed to go forward?
I don't think it's necessary to have it go through the HR agenda differently from how we've done it previously if it is necessitated by a change in policy.
I would say that the credentials are still the same as somebody getting paid. And although we need to get on one accord with what we're doing, I do think that will be negatively impact the students because we are actively engaging in sports right now. So if there's an exception for this, for the sake of kids being able to have fully staffed coaches, I would appreciate it if we could still move forward with this, especially since this change just came about. And it's not going to impact whether a coach can coach or not based on credentials.
Right. If I could clarify, I'm not objecting to them going through the background check and doing everything that the district typically does and follows policy. I am requesting that we follow the policy that is on the books and not change our protocol during board meetings until that policy has gone through the policy committee. Do you
So being
understand?
that they have all their credentials, minus them being on this document, can we still move like we normally would had they not made it to this
Yes.
document?
Yes. That is what I'm suggesting. I'm not making a decision because I'm just one board member. If we're going to put this through policy, then I would like to make sure that our board meetings function as the policy is written currently until the policy is changed.
I understand. I just wanted to make sure that there's clarity that all of these coaches have all their credentials.
Yes, I have no objection to that.
Thank you.
I do not accept the amendment, but we can vote on them separately. So all the volunteers, that's G2, G4, G5, G7, G9, G10, G11, G15, G18, G19, G22, and G24 for a separate vote.
G26.
And G26, thank you.
And when would this go before policy committee?
Ms. Chief Jones, can you explain the Ohio ID for coaches for Mr. Smith, please? What that indicates? And it'll be at the next policy meeting, Mr. Walker. The OHID, he would like to know why they have those, what that indicates. I believe it's the pupil ID, but if you guys just explain it for the public.
We put the OHIDs on there for coaches. It was requested, same way we do for teachers, so that if you would like to, you can go check their credentials.
Who requested it?
I did. And none of these have asterisks, that means they're they have active pupil IDs?
Yes. Nobody's pending.
So our next meeting is, Ms. Kidd?
Next board meeting or next policy?
Next board meeting? Okay, so will we have classroom or building volunteers on there because the school year will be starting, or will those individuals not be able
They
to
are
volunteer?
bringing them into the buildings, yes.
Okay, so they won't be volunteering until this is done, right? Because
Correct.
typically the policy is they don't start anything until we board them.
Correct, unless we're taking this to policy and we need to wait on that.
Okay.
Quick question for you, Dr. Lawrence. Classroom individuals don't need pupil IDs, correct?
They do not.
No. That's not what was said.
I'm just asking him something.
Don't try to change it now.
I didn't change
You
anything.
did.
I asked if they
That's
had
not what we
ID.
just said.
I didn't. What was said for me is, do they have OHIDs? Like, they don't have things. The reason I like to see these things, I like to make sure people have the credentials to be somewhere. But
I
I
get
also
that.
agree that they need to come through the board too. So we
Yeah,
understand
I
it.
just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, nope, I have no disagree. I like to know that people pass background checks that are in the school buildings, because if someone is in there and we are unaware, we get blamed for it, just as if we knew.
Actually, after the vote, I have some to add.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. All right, so at this time, we are going to, oh, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What was I saying, if anybody else have any questions, the only question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I did have, so Chief Jones, in your estimation, how are you set up now to get ready to go into fall sports? Is there anything that we need to be on the lookout for?
I think we're at a good place with getting our coaches boarded. We did have a change with Stivers football. We went with a candidate that chose another job, so we did find another coach. So they're currently working on their credentials, and I think we're at a good place. I think the ADs have done a great job with getting people to the board doc.
Question on that one. Since he had already been boarded and then had his staff, do those staff leave with him since he left, like his assistants?
You talking about the coach that left? So we interviewed a few of them for the position, and every coach we brought in, we asked would they retain them if they, wanted to stay. I believe some of them will be with the current coach.
Appreciate that.
One more question, Dr. Bailey.
Yes, Dr.
For you,
Brewer.
Chief Jones. So I've gotten some complaints from the cheerleading coaches about their assistants being let go and their request for background checks to be covered by athletics, since now they no longer have assistants. Have you guys considered that, or have you heard or talked to them in any type of way to kind of talk to them about their concerns of losing the second coach?
We've had complaints from coaches that due to our financial crisis where we were asked to make cuts, indoor was one of those, non-sanctioned. So to be fair, we did cut with their newly assistant position as well. We don't cover anybody's credentials, so nobody has asked me about that. And due to the financial situation, I'm not sure we will be able to support that.
Could you find out for sure, like, what the cost would be for some, if we did cover the background check portion for?
I think it's $47.50 with a money order for the actual background check.
I'm asking like the actual projection of what it would be to athletics, because if these individuals, I echo Ms. Reiner on that piece of us as a district looking at some ways we can help offset of individuals who are giving their time to us, but also want to know what that would actually cost the department to fulfill that request.
Yeah, I think if we're doing that for cheer, we have tons of
asking for all
volunteers.
of them. I'm asking like for an estimate of a total cost of what it would cost us.
And then once we get that cost, you want me to see if I can have that in my budget?
I would like you to bring it back to us to let us know what that is.
I could do that.
Yes, the concern has come from them. All you can do is ask individuals and put it on the record to know that it is not a concern, that they are just saying in a vacuum, but that we are asking you, we're asking for the numbers to know if it is feasible, and if it's not feasible, why it's not feasible.
I'll give you the numbers.
I would ask with that, so Chief Wright, does that right now, that will come from you though, right? Background checks? Yes. Because I remember that was the conversation last time. I think Chief I can't remember it, but you brought some numbers on what that looks like. So I would think with that, maybe if you guys work together to see what that looks like, because currently that will come out of Chief's Wright budget.
And I believe in the past, we talked about, because the school volunteers, you said, no,
I don't have it in my budget, I'll tell you that now.
No, I mean, I know we talked about it in the past, and it was a question asked to Dr. Lawrence and the teachers about.
I do appreciate the 25-cent extra, but it's $47.25. And no, it does not come out of my budget.
So it don't come out of,
No, sir.
so if we were to pay for it, then it wouldn't affect you then, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And Dr. Lawrence, because the last time we had this conversation, it was discussed about speaking with the principals, since these individuals are volunteering in their schools, of taking it out the principal's budget. Do you know if any principals did actually do that for their volunteers in the past year?
None that I know of did it, but I'll ask Dr. Lowry to get with them and ask them what their position is on that, and I'll get back with you in 24 hours.
Okay.
All right?
Any other questions, Mr. Watkins?
So can I just have an update on looking at the, oh no, that's next. We're just doing B through G, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, my question is on H.
Yeah.
Well, budget information is the same thing. So looking at budget information, so.
You vote on B through G?
See what? No, we haven't done that.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hold on?
It's not for a vote, budget information, it's information only, so it can be discussed at the same time.
Go ahead.
So looking at budget information, it's showing that there's still a shortage of 25 teachers. Do we know where that will be at for the start of the school? I know it's went up since last week when we talked about it to 783. So I'm just curious on will those 25 be filled by the time school starts, or where is it in the pipeline, as well as the assistant principal and principal vacancies in the pipeline?
Mm-hmm.
So I just assumed the role of that area in the department. We are
Mhm.
working really hard to fill all of our teacher vacancies. We hope to have all of this filled. It would be irresponsible for me to say that we will have them 100% filled, but our goal is to get all certified teachers in the classroom.
Okay, and then the AP or principal vacancies?
That's the chiefs and the associate suit. They have lots of things they're working on right now. We can't say for sure, but we think we're going to get there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else?
So the first vote is for everyone without volunteers?
Correct.
Yes.
I did have, so on that background check information, question, I would ask that there be, if we were to look at that there be some kind of standard. What I wouldn't want is we've just seen it now, like a coach comes on, gets offered, it doesn't take it. Or somebody comes in and then we unboard them because they don't have a team. So if we would look at it, we have to figure out what does that look like? When is that a reimbursement after you've done half the season, or come in a certain amount of days? Because what I wouldn't want is then someone getting their background check and getting those things and then not coaching, and then we have paid for that. Or somebody coming in and we pay for them to get a background check to be a volunteer, and they come in for one day and decide that they don't want to do this again. So I think that would be something for us on our team, well, not us, but whoever's looking at that, I would just humbly make that request, that we try to look at what that would look like on that end.
I definitely agree with you on if you guys did decide to take on background checks, and this is as a district, that it would be a reimbursement after like 90 days. and not that we would pay upfront on stuff, because again, that's just a loss at that point. But if, as you guys have this discussion and figure that out, if it's something we could, that would be feasible. Because we are getting a benefit from individuals who are given time.
I'll take my background check and go coach somewhere else.
Anybody else?
I'm free.
All right. So at this time, we're going to vote on everything except for those that were in G.
President Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Ms. Garrison,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
7 yeses.
Dr. Bailey, I was asking about teachers, principals, assistant principals. We do have an urgent need for secretaries. We're missing clerical at 4 or 5 of the buildings. We have the civil service list back. We need to go through it, and we can't wait until the next meeting in August. Last meeting, Dr. Goodwine offered a motion to allow us to bring teachers on between meetings. I need that same type of flexibility to get the building front office staff.
We gotta finish this vote
Yeah,
first.
we in this middle of this one.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Hold your horses, sir.
Hold my horses.
So I got a quick question to make sure that I'm clear with this. So with Victoria and Jocelyn, what you're saying is that if it's a yes, we will be voting for them to go ahead and start under the old, and then this go back to the policy committee to then, for the new, correct?
My objection is not to doing the background checks and going through all the procedures that we have done and will continue to do. My objection is to the putting it on the meeting agenda without having a change in policy beforehand. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but my question is, are we letting these people go ahead and go forth to be able to work?
It is my wish that we continue to do the background checks and the due diligence that we have done, and that this district does per our current policy. My objection is to having them on the agenda without a change in policy beforehand. It is not an objection to doing our due diligence and making sure that they are going through their background checks and onboarding appropriately as volunteers, as we've done in the past.
Okay.
What's the policy again, Mr. Walker?
IICC and IGDJ is which reference volunteers. Yeah, because the policy calls for if they're being supervised by staff and things like that, and not left alone with children or something like that, that they don't have to go through the background check and things like that, too.
Say it again.
IICC.
The school volunteer ones?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are you guys asking for one? Because technically these people aren't in the schools necessarily.
We currently have a policy that every volunteer and employee that is involved with students and children in our district have to go undergo a background check. I'm not objecting to that.
Correct, that's the same thing.
Right.
It says all volunteer must be registered with the district. I guess I'm trying to figure out, what's your objection to them being on the agenda?
My objection is to the HR agenda, changing the way the HR agenda is presented to the board without having a policy change first.
But I'm trying to understand what the policy change would be. I'm looking at this right now. It's not a policy to put.
It is. I mean, even if you put a regulation or something like that around school volunteers, the thing
Right.
that's missing is.
You want you want them to say that things that go on the board, for the board to look at. I'm genuinely trying to
So
understand what you're asking.
if we have something for volunteers, either school volunteers is IICC or IGDJ is Scholastic Athletics or whatever, something in there to reference what you're asking volunteers to do. neither one of these reference anything regarding athletic volunteers. So if there's a change in the policy, it's updating it to reflect athletic volunteers.
So technically, we shouldn't have athletic volunteers at all until we actually include them in the policy by this line.
If that's what you want to do,
I-
then
no,
yeah.
I'm just following your logic.
Yeah, I mean, it is nothing in the
they're not-
policy,
we
but
didn't-
even if, then they're still school volunteers though.
So it's,
Yeah, the school one isn't an issue yet because we don't have any on here, so we're just talking about the athletic ones.
Well,
But athletic
But both-
volunteers
but
are
what you're saying, they're
still
not.
school volunteers.
Not necessarily, because they're
They're,
not in
they're
the
working
school.
with children that are in one of our school buildings.
Not if they have an outdoor sport, they aren't.
I'm
But I'm
gonna-
saying, to your point, we want to include, so they can't, if we're gonna go through policy in that piece, we need to carve out for athletic volunteers because they're currently not in either policy.
yeah,
Is that correct?
Correct.
By both of your logic here. So then they wouldn't be able to start yet until we could do that piece if we did approve them today with the
But then-
caveat of that.
It goes back to, why are we approving
Well,
volunteers?
I'm glad that it got brought too, is that we don't even have a thing for these individuals and they need to be included in policy. So I do appreciate you both on pointing that out because that is a gap that needs to be remedied ASAP, especially on Chief Jones's part of that these individuals are needed. Go ahead, Mr. Smith, what you had?
I'm saying, if we're, we don't have a policy that says that they should not or do not have to be boarded. It's more of, we're looking at saying, what is our preference and how we want to present. Those are two vastly different things. And I get if we want to have that discussion, I don't think it's any different than when we talked about how the board agenda completely changed just a couple years ago. There wasn't a policy on that. Like even the things we have on here, like Ohio ID, and there are things like,
The Excel sheets.
that's not a policy that allows them to be put on there. It's the preference on what we have. Now, if we're wanting to talk about it, I think that's where it's the space of what this would do then is now, what if somebody says, all right, I want to remove just this volunteer, 1 out of the 8, and we vote this one volunteer down. Now you're in a different space, but I'm trying to figure out when we're saying this should go back to policy to say what is the policy that we will want to say to put volunteers on if there is no policy to say that we do not put volunteers on. It's more of a preference and a practice that we're looking at, and I think that is why I think the conversation was where it was at, because it was more of a practice than an actual policy of saying we're putting volunteers on. But now that we're at this river and must cross it, then there are more things to look at, because maybe there is a need to have an ability to look at and say, okay, let's have an executive session about this volunteer because this person went through past these things, same way we would have about any other staff member if somebody wants to raise a concern. So that is where I'm at, is I just don't see, I'm trying to get a grasp on what we would ask our policy committee to come up with regarding placing them here.
So
I get putting a policy around how are we handling them at a district level, but the placing them here is, I'm trying to, where do we want to put that?
So do we make every school volunteer get a background check?
Yes.
Okay, that's outside the policy.
Okay, there we go.
That's another
But
thing.
that's
So
what I'm saying,
again,
that has-
So that, I mean, but those are things.
But again,
that are
if this was at a committee, all of this
Actually,
should have
yes,
looked
exactly.
at prior to.
Actually, you're talking about school. Do all school, let me correct, because I'm assuming yes. Do all school volunteers get background checks?
He should.
Yes.
Yes.
So, I mean, those are things like
Yes.
the volunteer policy itself, based on what you're stating, needs to be updated to include that. It also needs to be updated to include volunteers outside of the classroom, because even that first line limits you to support in the classroom and promote community school cooperation. So it needs to be expanded to individuals who do non-classroom materials, but with our district. So there are several things that that have been identified in this conversation that are needed to allow this. So even to that point, if we don't approve this one, we can't allow, because we don't have a policy that allows athletic individuals to volunteer. So they would have to wait until we do that piece of it. So either way it goes, those things you did identify to your question, ask of the policy committee are expanding to athletics as well as including what you guys are actually doing with volunteers. Because athletic volunteers have to do more than just a background check. Is that correct, Chief Jones? She coming back, just put it on the record, because it needs to be also in this policy to match what you guys are asking people to do.
I can make sure I send you guys this. I think really the conversation is what is your preference with the board agenda? Because per the state, it states that all paid and volunteer coaches should have these credentials. One would be the pupil activity, and we do the coaches tool chest, which will cover the CPR and things like that, and the background check. You can't get the pupil activity without the background check. So, and just for points of clarity again, all the ones you see on the board agenda, they've completed all of this stuff. So they have the background check, they have their coach's tool chest. So I really just think today's is really, do y'all want it on the board agenda or not?
It's a bigger one, because we don't even have a policy that allows it to do
Yeah,
it.
but
the
with the
president has
state,
already been
I
stated.
think,
The
well, I think
president-
once y'all go back to policy, it should align with what the state is saying they're required to have anyway. This is new news to me, because I just do what the state tell us to do, but everybody that's with our kids, paid or volunteer, we make them do it, do everything.
Mine is more so in line of what we've done in the past is already a precedent that has been set. So now to do this and to somewhat say, well, should they volunteer at all if we don't have anything about it? We've already been doing it before, and the background checks and everything like that already takes place. Again, looking at it, it is like where
My understanding, it was going to be done district-wide, and of course, if we're doing it district-wide, we're part of the district too, so we were okay with the volunteers being on the board.
So with it being an athletic committee, whose recommendation was it for this to be done district-wide?
So I'm going to clarify one more time. It is not against the background check and making sure that our students are safe. My objection is that a decision was made in another committee that was not policy committee that changed the way the district operates. That's not the way the district works. That's not the way this board should work. If there is a change in policy, it should go through policy committee and then be voted on by the entire board. My objection is to a change being made outside of policy committee and that changing the way that the board meetings function.
Well, I would say to that is that policy committee also is not the only place that policy happens, but then secondly, putting people on the agenda is not a policy. It is the way something is presented. So I would ask though, to the board, because it is in line to Board Member Walker's thing, that we take the volunteers, it's not for you, Chief. That we take those volunteers, if they have their credentials, would it be better for the board to view these people the same way we view purchases under a certain threshold, or we use the budget information? Like, those are not things that are voted on. We just put them on there to recognize that these people are volunteers and they have all their background checks.
That would be better, because here it looks like, if I'm a volunteer, now Miss Mickey is going to get something from Wilberforce that says that I coached in this school district, but you didn't actually get paid as a coach, you were a volunteer. So just looking at that, if us approving something like that, what resume falsification looks like later on.
What he said wouldn't be approving.
Yeah, it's not an approval. It would be
He
the
said
same
like
as,
a purchase.
No, that's what I'm saying. What we're doing today is approving them as volunteers. That's what I'm saying. If it's more of a need to know, like the budget information, something like that as a recognition, it's a different story.
that's why I said, would that work for you, Mr. Walker?
I ain't what you said.
I mean,
Well, yeah,
that is actually what I said.
I mean, to Ms. Reiner's point, we need to include them in the policy altogether, because we shouldn't approve them today, because the policy doesn't align with them even existing in this row. So, to her point on that one, it
Yeah,
shouldn't be.
right, because we don't have a policy on
That-
how we create the board doc. There is no
Are
policy.
we on two different things? I'm talking about the volunteer.
Yeah,
There is
the
a policy on
There's a
volunteers.
volunteer policy, there's nothing about them here.
No, what you just said, it's more of a need to know, thank you for volunteering, not us approving them.
Can I call the question?
Yes.
There we go, Joe.
I'm a joke.
Call the question.
Call the question.
All right.
Treasurer?
We're voting.
Point of information.
Ms. Reiner.
Okay.
Ms. Reiner.
Yes.
I'll take your friendly amendment.
President.
Okay, hold up, hold
After we do
up.
the call of
I'll
question,
say, well, the call of question is,
to see if we're ready to vote.
yeah, the call of question is just seeing if we're ready to vote, not to vote on the items.
Oh,
Yeah, but We can move forward with voting on the item. So
Madam
Joe,
Treasurer?
Okay.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to continue with all the background checks and the procedure for these employees, but not vote on them tonight?
And send
So
it to
we can
policy.
send this to policy committee?
Yes.
so
All
before you
right.
do that,
Or you
Joe-
took it.
Joe has to,
I mean, the call of question still could come. Like, that's fine.
it did, she was starting. So Joe has to withdraw his call to question and then.
Do you withdraw your call to question?
Okay.
All
All
right.
right,
So
now
now
we
you-
can vote. You accepted would
already
you
voted,
accept that
so we're
friendly
good.
amendment?
Yes,
And we already voted,
We already
so we're
voted.
good. Let's
So
move forward.
It's going back to
Okay.
policy.
Okay, great.
Thank you. We need to create so they could actually do something. Yeah.
President Bailey?
No, no,
There's no vote.
No,
There's
there's
no
no
vote.
vote.
No vote?
we're good.
So y'all free to volunteer?
If
Till
you work in
something
the
comes to
school.
policy.
And
If
we
you work in
still
school.
do background checks
Dr.
for all of our
Lawrence.
volunteers.
We were never gonna change that.
And the coaches.
We don't
Doc-
contract.
And everybody can go
Dr.
through.
Lawrence, yes. Dr. Lawrence. No, background check. So it's like we can't
Yeah,
change-
budget information, budget information.
I thought he already asked.
He was the only
Okay.
one that had a question.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
All right.
on budget information, I just, Madam Treasurer, on budget information, there's something on here as A5 that is not on our agenda. So I just want to make sure that that gets pulled off, that, for the record, that it's not something that we're voting on or that has been voted on or anything like that.
And it's A5.
On budget information, A5.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Thank you.
Pull that off.
Mr. Superintendent.
Superintendent?
So you want us to say?
So,
We have to
Yeah.
say that we withdraw the motion for the volunteers.
yeah, and it's
Oh,
voted already.
Because there's a motion on the
Because-
floor.
There's a motion that we voted on this separate.
I know,
Yeah.
you put an amendment to my motion. I accepted her amendment
No, miss.
No, she accepted my friendly amendment.
Yeah.
to put, like, pretty much table into the policy.
Yeah.
And we already voted
Correct.
on the
Other
HR
stuff,
agenda.
everything else.
Yes.
Yes, which included that.
Dr.
Come on,
Lawrence.
parliamentarians, keep up.
Can I make a motion to approve superintendent's A through D?
So move.
Thank you.
Second. You already on.
We did that.
We did that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, we did a 48-hour waiver for the superintendent's HR agenda. What about the are you talking about the superintendent's recommendations? All right, thank you.
You've been overruled.
Thank you, Sharice.
Any questions or concerns over recommendations?
So,
A through D.
A through D, who moved it? Who-
Mr. Walker,
Walker moved.
good 1 second.
Good one second.
Okay. President Bailey,
Oh, yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes?
Ms. Garrison,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
7 yeses.
I'd like to make a motion to allow Dr. Lawrence to hire clericals through the end of August, similar to the teachers that we put out,
Second.
outside of board meetings.
I have a question on that, sir.
Sure, go right ahead,
Smith?
Mr. Smith.
It's not gonna be long, Mr. Walker. I have about brevity. No, since, while you're on that, are there any other positions that you can foresee right now as we stand that you would need this similar provision for? And I would also want to ask, is that apply for any positions that the business manager or the treasurer may have right now? Because what I wouldn't want is for us to keep coming back and going, this week we need to make a motion to allow custodians to come in. This week we need to allow Paris. So is there another space, or do you need some kind of global acceptance to get these people going? Where do we currently stand
Open it up.
on all of it? Like, do we want to open it up to like the fact of like emergency personnel needed to get these buildings open?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. That is really what I need, and I think, I can't speak for Dr. Jones, but there are things that happen on the operations side too that I recall. What if a coach quits? Might still need assistant coaches in the sports. Paraprofessionals, I think we still have about 17 that we need. They're always critical. So yes, the secretaries were number one. We can't function without them. But yes, there is, because the next meeting isn't officially until early August when we start school, yes, I would need that.
Closed mouths don't get fed, man.
Well,
For a friendly motion?
I appreciate you, brother.
Cut out for a friendly motion.
What you got?
To open that up to all positions that they currently need.
Friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment accepted.
You said
This-
friendly motion.
Huh?
You said friendly motion.
I said friendly amendment.
No, you didn't.
Do what
You
I
said
said.
motion. You said motion. I knew what you meant. We got it. Let's vote.
Does that apply to you too, Dr. Jones?
It was for all positions.
So, point of information.
Okay.
So, what does that say about payroll for those individuals if we are?
They still have to follow Madam
Yeah.
Treasurer's thing of having to start on a pay week.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is
Madam
correct.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Yes.
There you go.
Then that doesn't change that at all. Madam
will-
Treasurer and I
three of them
meet
will
every
work
Monday.
together.
We'll work it out.
So, no, my question is more so, will they have to wait on a board meeting to get, because I think we did it up until August 31st.
That's correct.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
So are they gonna wait until our next meeting to officially approve them to pay them, or what happens
No,
with that?
they,
No, we're
we're
saying
giving
the same
authority
way.
to that. Like, correct, we are giving them authority to hire. Right now, we would just be doing the second act of it at the board meeting of individuals they hired. And it should be written in the minutes that way, so Madam Treasurer's team can actually pay individuals, because they only do what the board, what it says on the board docs.
But they have to start at the pay week.
That's
Right.
correct.
Yes.
We're good with that.
Madam Treasurer.
Yeah, so I'm saying you can hire people up to the
Just people
31st.
hired.
We're good with that.
Can you say this into the microphone, please?
Yes. I think for transportation personnel, for instance, those numbers often fluctuate. And so I would like the capability to be able to hire a driver if we need a driver or need drivers
We just
beyond
told you to do
August.
that.
You can do that up
We could
until
already
August.
do
We just
that.
told it, that's
No.
a part of this motion.
Oh, you're saying
Well, you
past
said
August 31st?
Yeah, you said August 31st was the last day we could do that. But,
Also, we
you know,
can-
we could go
Yeah,
well
come
into
back.
You can
September.
come back to us for that one, because it'll cover you till there right then, and then it'll give you a chance to look at where you're at. And if we need to continue that on, we can work on something, if we have to move that to something that we do continuously for that part.
Roger that.
Madam Treasurer?
President Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Ms. Garrison,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Ms. Reiner,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
I'll allow it.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
7 yeses.
President Bailey, that concludes my recommendations.
Thank you, sir.
You're
Madam
very welcome.
Treasurer?
Oh, we got a presentation. Dr. Shaw. Yes, we do.
You said presentation.
From Dr. Jones.
I request a 48-hour waiver to present the following. Purchase requisition.
So moved.
Second.
President Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Ms. Garrison,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
7 yeses.
I'd like to make a motion to take treasurers A through I.
Second.
I recommend to approve.
We already,
Either.
I know what you was gonna say.
we already got you.
Okay.
Any questions or
Goodwin,
concerns?
who was
Moved by Goodwin, second by Walker.
Walker?
Questions or concerns?
None?
President Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Ms. Garrison,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes, Madam Treasurer.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
7 yeses. That concludes my recommendation.
Mr. Business Manager?
Thank you, Board President. I'd like to recommend sections A, B, and C together, if that's okay.
So moved.
Second.
Ooh, wait.
So you did A, B, and C together?
Oh, yeah, no, I
Yes.
need to pull C
We'll see. Okay.
to be voted on second.
A to C.
You want to pull
C to be voted on
for a
second.
separate vote?
Yes.
Any questions or concerns?
I requested that we ratify A through C together, but
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
But no, that, D could be separate too. I mean, that's just me.
So are we voting on C separate? Are we
Yes.
voting on D separate?
Well, D isn't in the motion yet.
Motion.
It's just
A and B
through C.
first,
A and B, okay.
because I asked for C.
A and B, correct?
Yes.
All right. Any questions?
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Goodwin.
Dr. Jones, you were supposed to bring us back a presentation about the buildings and getting the start of school. Do you have that today?
I do have it if you'd like me to do
Yes.
the presentation. I can
It's
do
really
so.
not for me, it's for the people at home and other people who ask about it.
Okay.
Ready to vote?
So we,
And I have a question. The Coach Beyond is in two places here. I'm not questioning the thing, but it's in A, it's in B, and then it's also attached to C. Is it supposed to be in C as well? If you, to the second part of C, it's a memorandum with, it looks like a Pee Wee football team, and then the second part of it is the Coach Beyond again. So I just want to know if it's supposed to be in two places.
I see.
Is that under? I'm not seeing that.
Scroll down,
If you scroll,
scroll down, it starts,
keep scrolling.
it's just
keep
starts.
scrolling.
Yes,
No,
it's page
if you go to
7.
Memorandum of Understanding for the Ohio Valley Elite Football Club, and you keep scrolling, at the bottom, it starts going back into the Coach
Coach
Beyond
Beyond.
MOU.
So is it meant to be in two places, is my question.
No.
All right.
so to clarify, we're voting on A and B, and then he's doing the presentation?
And we have to vote on A, and we have B,
Before he
and
sit
we
down,
have
he gonna do
C.
it.
Okay, no, the treasurer was asking, so we
Yeah,
are
we're
voting
voting.
first on A and B.
All right. Madam Treasurer?
President Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Ms. Garrison,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes,
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Now
Okay.
we're voting on C.
couple questions. Let's see.
Go ahead.
On this memorandum, can you just talk to us a little bit about what it is and the logistics of how it will work, given what we have going on during the same time?
So what it is, it's an effort to increase participation at the elementary level, somewhat of a feeder program for Ponitz. We've also had discussions about expanding that to the other high schools as well. But again, that's our main focus, getting students involved in athletics earlier and also promoting our high schools.
The logistics piece, the issue I have with it, like, I don't disagree with the program. I mean, I do think people should put something into it, so the compensation piece is missing. But Ponitz football field is also utilized by Ponitz soccer field. So just really that scheduling piece of how is this actually, I don't want to agree to something that's not logistically feasible at that location, knowing it's going on during the same time as our largest high school. That's the
Right.
part I'm kind of, how, like, there's no schedule piece on this.
So at the time, that was not that wasn't an issue. We had some discussions about that, and we don't foresee any overlap or clash with that program.
Well, there is a clash, though. Because I know this program is the high school football coaches, is that correct? Or is
No,
this
it's the
connected with the high
American
school
Youth-
football coach at Ponce?
American Youth Football League.
I'm asking, is it connected with Mr. White, the high
It's
school?
somewhat of a feeder program, correct?
Correct, so the soccer program might not be connected, so I really want to make, I don't want to
Oh, the
disadvantage
athletic, yeah, great question. The athletic director there is, doing a really good job. She understands that she can't double book the field, if you will. If there is a situation where we'd have to move the youth program elsewhere, we would do so. However, I don't believe it will be an issue.
Then,
Soccer teams also utilize Edison as a site.
but would they be kicked
Thank
off
you.
the field though for this? Is that like I just didn't want to.
That's usually primary their spot, and then Earl White is the ones who be collaborating with that.
You gotta come to the mic. They can't pick you up from all the way back there. And then while she's coming, a follow-up question, because I see this as a no rental cost, and we have several drill teams that have constantly requested to utilize something of us at this point. Is this type of opportunity being expanded to other organizations that Mr. Walker gets most of those calls of individuals who are asking to utilize our facilities? But to your first one.
So with that Pee Wee organization, as far as our teams, of course, we always make them the priority. We currently use Edison as a site for our soccer program, so they don't really use the field for practices. Earl White was in those discussions. He will be connecting with them. The cost piece, none of our Pee Wee teams pay to use our facilities, Meadowdale or Dunbar Pee Wee. What was good for this program, as well as the other ones, they are covering the helmets, the uniforms, all that. The only thing they needed was a practice site. So Earl White is working closely with them with that collaboration, but I will assure you, and I did that even with UD, we would never move our teams off for other people.
Thank you. The second one was more for Dr. Jones, because it's about
Gotcha.
facilities usage. And again, we have dance groups and drill teams that are asking for this same type of thing. Are we offering or affording these type of MOUs to those groups?
We were approached to do this, and we'd welcome anyone who has an idea of how to, or about how to get students more involved in extracurricular activities. We're welcome to that, and sitting down and having some conversations and
who should they reach out
determining
to?
the feasibility of that.
Who should they reach
Chief
out to?
Jones and her department.
She was like, okay, we're gonna have them reach out, because there were people last week asking stuff.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
certainly.
Mr. Smith? Yes. So I think where I'm looking at this as different as well is, so far with the other ones, they get like Meadowdale Pee Wee, they use the field, correct?
Correct.
And this, where I think it's different, is that we're giving them facility access. Like, and so I would want just, if we were to accept this, I want us to make sure that we look at what that looks like, and not to create something where there's a burden on us, because I know it could create something where they say, okay, well, we have this access, we want to have a program and use you guys as gym now. And so I want to have those protections in there. And then also, and I know we haven't been asking that cost, but I would want, as we start moving forward with other groups, that we get a bigger buy-in for ourselves. Like, one of the things I've seen with some of these Pee Wee programs is they'll go and they'll practice and play at our fields, but those kids still don't go to our schools. Like, my little one played at Meadowdale Pee Wee, and there was 2 kids on that whole team that ended up being at Meadowdale High School. So I think one of the other buy-ins I think that could help us is, in lieu of the fact that we do not charge people for these fields, I would ask that in the future, there is a provision in there that our children, if they wanted to play for those programs, are free. So like, I would want, like, if we're giving Meadowdale Pee Wee or Dunbar Pee Wee or this team here, the Golden Panthers, our space to play games, I would want it that, even if we did it in that geographic boundary and said the kids from Valerie and Belhaven, if they want to play for your program, it's free. Because I think that then gives us a leg up, because right now, I don't have to go to Dayton Public Schools. I can go to a charter school and play for one of these teams, and what is the difference? Or I go to a school and I'm paying to play for a program that is using my district's facility for free. So that is just something I would ask us to look at moving forward, is that, can we get some kind of piece similar to the program we did, what's that, with the Croc Center, Chief Jones? Like something in that space where then there's an additional value add for us partnering with these groups, because now that's a value add for a parent to have their child in Dayton Public Schools. It's a value add to say if you're going to Valerie or Belhaven, you get to play at Meadowdale Peewee and you don't pay for it. Like, I think having that kind of value add would be beneficial for us as we move forward. That's just a request I have.
Dr. Good, Dr. Goodwin?
Just one request to be added to this one before you guys fully execute it with them, because I walk Rosa Parks and there's a team over there. But cleaning up the field after you're on it should be in this agreement. It is currently not in there. And I'm talking about from everything from trash to drinks to leaving clothing and all those other pieces.
And not parking on there.
And not parking on our field at all either. So those are just things that are currently happening at some places that we need to get a lot tighter, but that should be added as some responsibility of this group. And yes, and you guys should heavily enforce that, because that does put more on our grounds crew when they have to come by and clean up something they wouldn't have done had these individuals not utilized it. But that piece, just to put that responsibility on them of making sure that they clean up every day after their usage.
I agree. Thank you.
I have nothing more.
That's it? All right, we're voting on C.
President Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
Ms. Garrison?
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
7 yeses.
Any questions or concerns on D?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I do have a question. When we talked about this in committee, it was supposed to have the language regarding the House bill, just the summary or something like that. It does not.
It should have been updated.
It has,
So with that House Bill 96, we were speaking legal, and they said this is the actual specific subset was that Ohio Revised Code. So House Bill 96 enacted that Ohio Revised Code. That's what they recommended to put on it, even after speaking with them after the committee.
Yeah, I got that part. Mine was more so on the simple language of that, not just pulling up that actual House Bill 96 is over 7,000 pages. So if an individual went out and searched that, I was trying to simplify that process. But that's fine. We can move forward with how it is, but that was my request.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Anything else? Madam Treasurer?
President Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
Ms. Garrison?
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
7 yeses.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna show us the building stuff. I mean, you just talk through it real quick, just let people know
Real
something.
quick. Okay. All right.
And then post on your presentation for them to look at, for those who would like to see what's going on with our facilities.
Okay, so this is our business services operations and facility readiness report for fiscal year '27. As of now, from a glance, we have 13 major facility projects under daily executive oversight. 2 highest priority day 1 buildings, Rivers Edge and Thurgood Marshall. 8 of our buildings are 100% clean. 16 more are at 80% or above. And by swapping compressors in-house at Rivers Edge, we've saved the district roughly $125,000. And I'll just kind of skip around here. So these are some of our on-schedule buildings, okay? There's 5. Belhaven, the status, the concrete work took place, it's done. The old boiler has been removed, new piping is underway. At Edison, the boiler replacement is approximately 50% complete. Next, we're gonna finish the installation, pressure test, commission, and then verify performance of the apparatus. At Jackson, the classrooms are complete. The auditorium stage and Mount Street partitions are underway, so some of the classrooms are being affixed with partitions so that you could have 2 classrooms or 2 teachers in the classroom at the same time. We're going to complete that auditorium and partition work and do final inspections before school starts. At Louis Troy, roof completion expected late July. The flooring install begins July 15th. And at Valerie, pre-K demolition is complete. NOR flooring install began July 13th, and we are on track to finish that project there. Trying to give you the high-level information, so I'm skipping around here, so bear with me. Oh, items under active monitoring. At Cleveland, replacement parts have been ordered for the air handling unit. You know, we had some issues there. So we're receiving the components now. The install is next. We'll test the airflow and then verify cooling capacity. Oh, and on another thing, Thurgood, I was alerted today that the chiller modifications are in fact working. The specifications that we set for each building in the district, Thurgood is at that specification. Okay, so the building is much cooler. And then at Ponitz, we're doing an on-site assessment with Gordian under the JOC program on exterior masonry concerns. If you've been in Ponitz, when you walk into the gym, in the far left corner, you can, there's a crack between adjacent walls, okay? The membrane that they put there some years ago didn't hold up. The brace, the bracket is solid. However, that open crack needs to be sealed. We're in the process of doing that now. Okay, so at River's Edge, HVAC and environmental remediation. Of course, there's some minor mold growth, but progress to date, the chiller coil repaired in-house. We did it ourselves. The compressor swap using a spare from Louis Troy. Mold remediation by environmental doctors. July 14th report shows no new mold growth, and that's over a specific number of days.
And you talking about River's Edge?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Jones, I was there today until about 3:50, 4 o'clock, and I got here and I've not had a chance to text you. I know that Kristen Northcutt has emailed both of us. We were actually having a conversation there. That mold is coming back rapidly on that first floor, and they said they think that it's on the second floor as well. And there are some other issues that have been brought to my attention by Ms. Spurlock. But Alex Kincaid is actually preparing a draft now to River's Edge parents to say that it is possible, because according to the principal and assistant principal, that we may not be able to start school there based on what they're dealing with in there right now. And I don't want this to happen like we had Louise Troy last year, where it happens at the last minute. So if it's going to happen, I want to let parents know early. But both principals there are saying, hey, we don't think this is going to work, that there's still mold coming back rapidly.
I will go over tomorrow and check personally. However, we've had the professionals there. The monitoring device is ongoing. It's not like they cut it off or anything. So no new mold growth has occurred according to them. But again, I will verify that. I hear you loud and clear. Your principal's in there every day. So it's something that needs to be checked out.
Yeah, they're there every day. And they're there till 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, and they just said you can see it coming back. So that's the report I got from them.
Okay.
All right.
So if it doesn't, what would be your
I'll go over
plan?
there when I leave here. Yeah.
What would be your plan if you can't start school up there?
Dr. Bailey, my plan was to have an urgent meeting tomorrow with Dr. Jones once I got the report from the principals today. We can't not start school there on time. There may need to be some adjustment in the work schedule there in terms of weekends, third shifts, 24/7. So that just can't happen.
So this was discovered when?
You know what, and this was, you know what, environmental doctors were in there July 14th, and the report showed that there was no new mold growth, so.
No, my question
perhaps
was more
you need to
so
go-
from discovery today When was that discovered?
Oh, I got the report from the principal and assistant principal I got there about 3:20, so they told me about it today.
So we're just now discussing it at 8:50 publicly?
Yes, we are.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that I was hearing the same thing. My question more so, Dr. Jones, is on, you said preschool demolition. Is that removing those preschool classrooms out of those buildings that no longer have preschool, or did I miss here?
Kaiser?
You said something about demolition at Valerie or something like that.
Oh, well, it probably pertains to like the chillers, maybe. Let's see.
Okay. And then since you did say Kaiser, are we doing anything now with the trailers that are at Kaiser, or what is the plan for those?
So we've earmarked funding, and it's actually been approved by the board. They will be removed from Kaiser.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep. So, and I'll kind of end it with the summer cleaning progress by building. 100% complete, Cleveland, Eastmont, Fairview, Kent, Meadowdale, Rosa Parks, Wright Brothers, and Westwood. 90 to 99% complete, Bellhaven, Cherry Adams, Edison, Horace Mann, Jackson Center, Kaiser, Thurgood, and Wagaman. We still have some program taking place in the next two sets of buildings. So we're sitting at like 80%, 80 to 89%. Either the programming just ended or there's still programming going on. But the 80 to 89% bracket is Belmont, Dunbar, Louis Troy, Ponitz, Roosevelt, Ruskin, and Valerie. And then below 80 is E.J. Brown, International, Rivers Edge, and Stivers. And I think everyone on the board has the entire presentation, so I will not bore you, but I will share it, post it, so that the public has it.
Any questions or concerns?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate you, sir.
Sir.
I move that the Board of Education appoints Jennifer Brumby of the Taft Law Firm to serve as independent special counsel, that the board authorize and direct the board president to enter into, on behalf of the board, an engagement letter with Ms. Brumby and the Taft Law Firm setting forth the scope, terms, and compensation for such engagement, subject to review as to form by the board's legal counsel.
Second.
Second by Mr. Walker. Any
I said it
questions or
first.
concerns? No. Madam Treasurer?
President Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Ms. Garrison,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Thank you, ma'am. You want to look over the resolution?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any questions or concerns?
I think it,
Motion to
well, if you're talking about the resolution of intent to proceed with the current operating expenses and permanent improvement levy,
Yes.
okay. You might want to, yeah. It is with a seriousness that I think we, as a board, are proceeding with this. We know that it's a big ask, but we really do believe that this community shares in our value of education in this district, and that's why we are asking to put this levy on the ballot. And we know that from this point forward, there can be no district resources on promoting this levy. And so this is our ask of the community.
Mr. Lacy, Dr. Goodwin?
Yeah, I just want to echo Board Member Lacy of the seriousness of the levy itself, not just for today, but what board members did in 2008 has carried us all the way to 2026. And it is not just this moment, but thinking about those individuals who utilize these to provide public education. So it is something, an ask of the taxpayers to consider, and I do hope that they consider the seriousness of what it does for this district, not only in this moment, but moments beyond. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, Madam Treasurer?
President Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Ms. Garrison,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn was Mr. Walker, second by Dr. Goodwin.
President Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Ms. Garrison,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
I'll reclaim my time at a later date, yes.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
7 yeses.